Hello and welcome to the 8th MLT tournament. As you can see here, we have a total of 10 competitors. And these are the rules, the arena rules. So, the first submission is Almost Then Obsidian by None4Dues, which is a Obsidian submission with two large brawlers. These are armed with magma launchers, a powerful mineral cannon, and three magma launchers. The next one is Annex by Xterp7, which is a fleet of 39 ships, which contains a newly made terraformer. The rest are support ships from his previous tournaments. Then comes Big Feet Eaten Fat Fish by Joyce18, which is a strangely named submission based around aquatic life, like Fish Friend or Turtle with Eaten Feet. So it's based around this main brawler with a large support fleet. This ship especially is of note. It is the first ship in MLT to contain a heavy drone launcher. After that we have Creeper Federation Third Detachment by Cookie Creeper, which contains 10 decently sized main capitals and 9 support ships. We have over time seen Cookie Creeper's designs stray away from the very weapon-dense designs of his earlier submissions and to a more armored and sturdier design. Then we have Debris Field RLS Bombardment Vessel and the Skirmishing Buffoons by Debris, which is a fleet centered around a very large torpedo array and a lot of distractors to support it. I believe very few submissions will be able to stand against the amount of torpedoes here. Then we have Owl Feathers, returning after a long absence with his new Albion Confederacy 45th Task Force fleet. It is centered around a large 80,000p Dreadnought and a bunch of support ships and distractors. And here we have Poor Choices by Ludo. This is his first submission to MLT, and it is a single expensive ship centered around pulse lasers and a lot of heavy armor. Then we have Printing Time by Splinter, a fleet themed around, well, printers, with a laser printer and printer paper. The laser printer is a diamond-shaped capital with pulse lasers as main weapon and a lot of shielding, maneuverability and heavy alloy. And it is supported by the printer paper, which is just a lot of smaller, quite armored ships. Second to last we have Project Colossus by Skill, which is a very large mono ship. It has a lot of weaponry and quite high DPS. A special thing of note is that mostly only scale 1 blocks have been used for its construction to save costs due to the fact scale 1 heavy alloy is free. And the last submission, MGV, comes with Raise All Super Bias, containing 2 massive capitals and a spammable distractor which launches crystals. As from the last tournament, he has once again employed the strategy of having a frame out of dense obsidian. So without saying much more, we'll start. So first up we have None4Dues versus Xterp. We can see that Xterp can unleash quite a lot of railgun fire due to his compressor storages. The large generator looking things in the center of his crafts. They store a very large amount of energy, and as you can see here, they can, well, unleash it quite rapidly. We can see some pieces of obsidian being destroyed. As you can also see, the magma launchers are vastly weaker compared to what they were before, since most ships are mostly unaffected by them at this point. You can see that even at this close range, it's not completely deadly. We can see Non-Forduce is struggling with the Exturb swarm. It's very distracting, and the fact every single Exturb ship has a factory, it has probably replicated to double its size by now. This one has already taken heavy fire. Exturb seems to lack focus fire and DPS. The railguns are not exactly the most DPS heavy weapons in this tournament. So the first round goes to Non-Forduce. His armor held up somehow. We can see Exturb has already lost a few ships, but none of the larger ones yet. Oh, as we can see, Exturb has run out of power. Seems he drained the compressor storage too fast. Since not all railguns are firing consistently. Non-Forduce is currently still leading on points. The points are quite similar, but it doesn't seem like Exterp will be able to win this match. And the win goes to non-produce. Seems that Obsidian is still powerful enough to win some matches. Now we have Joyous 18 versus non-produce. I forgot to do this the first match, but I'm going to review the designs before I start. So as you can see here, the design is mostly thrusters, to be honest. And the front is currently obscured by the magma launchers, but we have the magma cannons and powerful mineral cannons seen here, and this single large octagon core. A layer of obsidian all around, and that is non-produced design. Then you have Joyous 18. Here you can see the, I think it was fat fish or something similar. We can see a large shield, railguns, some CIVs. Oh, these are nuke launchers. And a very large amount of generators or capacitors, and I believe heavy cannons. While here we have the turtles with feet eaten or something like that, with lots of nukes, a tiny railgun and a little bit of missiles. Then we have the high fish, apparently, with a, this is probably a capacitor, some small generators, a few shotguns and gyroscopes. Here we have a heavy drone building launched by the fish mother, which has a lot of capacitors and large generators. Other than that, we have the tiny support ships, aerial bombardment missiles, and here we have a lot of armor and cruise missiles. So that's it. We'll have to see how non-produce deals with those nukes. The heavy drones are rushing. Oh, the nukes made impact. We can see one of the high fish were able to tank all of the damage from this one for a while. The nukes are sadly not making progress. Oh, sadly it seems like the fish mother may have perished. So no more heavy drones. Interestingly, the main brawler is keeping its range and kiting, while the fish mother, which had those valuable launchers, rushed and died. So that is kind of ironic, isn't it? One of the non-produced brawlers have started to fall apart. Oh, the giant brawler from Joyous has finally went into executive behavior, but non-produce is shielded by the wreckage. The nukes have done a very large amount of work. It seems like the internal structure in non-produced ships is not resilient to splash. This time at least one of the heavy drones survived for a while. The drone appears to kite, not using its most damaging weapons. Oh, both of the drones are actually operational. One of them are actually being a bit more brave and using its main weapons. The main fish has once again went into executive behavior. Oh, I am not sure how that happened, but the railguns fired through non-produce's brawler. Sorry, I was thinking about something. So this time we have Cookie Creeper versus non-produce. As you can see, Cookie Creeper is once again bringing a lot of rapid artillery. It's a lot of damage and he has potential to break through the shell of non-produce. You can see non-produce is very rapidly losing points. We can see Nonfaduce's armor is slowly failing. Cookie Creeper has started to spread his shots, due to Nonfaduce temporarily somewhat moving. We can see that Cookie Creeper's ships are quite resilient to damage, at least from the front. Oh, one of them are doing executive behavior. And it went surprisingly well. Cookie Creeper is currently very much leading on points. And one of the non-produced brawlers have been defeated. And the first round goes to Cookie Creeper. There is currently a lot of projectiles on the field. Sadly, projectiles of various factions do not collide. This time Cookie Creeper is targeting both of them at the same time, instead of focusing one. The core of one brawler is almost exposed. And it is now detached. And the core is gone with a last wave of fire. Nonfaduce is currently losing points very rapidly. And Cookie Creeper has not lost a single brawler. These designs are very effective against Obsidian, and they are smart enough to hold their range until it's safe. Very good. So, the brawler has now completely disintegrated. Cookie Creeper's ships are able to cut through Obsidian. And a total win to Cookie Creeper. Now, we have non-produce versus debris. Here we can see these. So, we'll first start with the small bit, ignoring the other one. So, these are the distractors. One large bombardment missile, and one probably minigun or something like that. Likely an AI trigger to just make these get close and take fire for the large one. Other than that, a lot of thrusters, some armor, nothing very special. But here, on the other hand, we can see a massive array of torpedoes extending all of the ship. A lot of nukes spread out through here too. A very large amount of nukes actually. Angled thrust, lots of spaced armor, lots of thrust everywhere, so it is very maneuverable. Generators spread out. This should be very effective, especially against heavy targets like Obsidian. It is also max radius 1500 without going the Dreadnought option. So we can see the first torpedo launch will have a perfect hit on non-produce. However, a lot of the torpedoes were absorbed by the magma launcher. Despite that, the second and third launchers do make contact. It is launching at a surprising rate. We can see non-produce is taking very heavy point losses every single time a launch happens. Roughly 1000 points. Oh, these are in fact not nukes. These are bombardment missiles of maximum size. Alright then. Well, the main function of those then is to try to absorb all of the projectiles and point defense. Those are probably why the torpedoes get through that easily. Oh, debris is no longer aiming correctly, and a lot of the torpedoes are now missing. You can see the torpedoes are completely ripping straight through all of those thrusters. It is now back on aim. There is currently time dilation in effect, so each second in-game is more than 1 second in real life. The core is now detached. We can see there are so many explosions from the torpedoes that the graphics are breaking a bit. It's simply white. And one brawler is down. The torpedo array has worked perfectly. The torpedo array does also have enough armor to actually tank these brawlers for a while, even the launchers, so Debris has barely lost 25,000 points at this point in time, only having lost some distractors, while the main ship is doing very well. We can see the armor is taking very heavy damage. We can actually see the obsidian go away, which is a first in MLT due to the extreme durability of obsidian. Yeah, we can actually see it go away. And there is a breach to the core. And the first round goes to debris. Oh, debris' main ship has lost aim. They are both still close on points, but the fact debris is not aiming correctly is losing him a lot of points. I believe the support ships are currently destroying its aim. Debris is currently losing a bit on points, but he is regaining his loss by engaging the obsidian at the other side. He is now shredding the thrusters, and the main ship has regained its aim. at the initial target. Now we can see obsidian be removed at a scary rate once again. Debris has very quickly changed the lead in points and is now leading by over 20,000 P. I do not think non-produce can do much at this point in time. So the aim of Debris' main launcher has been quite bad this round, but he has still aimed well enough to regain the point lead. Only 10 in-game seconds remain. And one of the obsidian brawlers are falling apart. One last volley hits. And the win goes to Debris. Now we have non-produce versus Owl Feathers. Owl Feathers comes with some very small distractors with explosive disarmers, some medium distractors with railguns and cannons, miniguns or kinetic cannons, and a cruise missile. And there is also this small fighter thing. But the main thing is its Dreadnought, a stylistic large ship made out of heavy alloy. To the recoloring it doesn't seem like that, but all of this is heavy alloy, so it is quite durable. A lot of thrust, a large array of pulse lasers, some gyroscopes, a lot of Gatling guns, a lot of CIVs, shielding, And I believe these are nuclear warheads or tactical nukes, a lot of cruise missiles, and, of course, a very large amount of generators. So we'll see how the very large pulse laser array can work against non-produce. So we can see the pulse lasers fire. Non-produce is losing points at an extreme rate each time they fire. Oh, we can actually see the pulse lasers cut through the obsidian. However, the Dreadnought is not aiming correctly. That may be a problem. Nukes are incoming. Sadly, most of them broke before they got there. Owl Feathers is currently losing in points due to the fact he is not aiming correctly. And his support fleet is unable to do much against heavy enemies like these. This may end up being a loss on AI stupidity. Unless the Dreadnought suddenly sparks to life again. Oh, the Dreadnought may have somewhat regained its aim. It's at least now dealing damage to the right target. Cutting straight through that obsidian. But it is already too late. Oh, it does get the aim the last moment. But it was 2000 P off from winning. But it was simply unable to aim well at all. And it is now retreating. The Dreadnought is keeping its range, leaving its fleet to fight by itself. Seems like it might have been scared off by the last encounter. Yes, this is definitely a problem for owl feathers. Converduce was largely unscathed until those nukes finally hit. The tactical nukes are quite durable, but they are not that durable as to go straight through a magma launch. Oh, the Dreadnought is finally taking aim. Sadly, not aiming correctly once again. The AI has consistently been quite good at aiming fixed weaponry since the last update, but seems like it's not the case here. The arena border is of course not helping in this case, as you can see. Oh yeah, the factory, yeah, the ships made by the factory do actually push it, of course. And that is what happens with reassembly physics. Well, maybe stay positive, maybe it will actually be able to aim now. And Alfheaders once again loses on points due to AI stupidity. Now, I managed to pause before the fire, but we have non-produce versus Ludo. Ludo goes with a very large block of armor, a lot of pulse lasers, a lot of cruise missiles, a fair bit of CIVs, shields, and a lot of generators and thrust. And that sums up his submission, but these lasers should be able to do a lot against this obsidian. But this is also the first monoship submission we see this tournament, so it will be interesting to see how it deals with obsidian. Hopefully it is not too stupid. What happened there? It is unknown why, but a very large section of Ludo's ship simply... Oh, there it is. Never mind. Looked like it suddenly disappeared. It seems like that triggered a response in Ludo's ship, so it is now actually kiting instead of rushing. And it does execution behavior again. Non-produce is rapidly losing points. And Ludo is executing once again. It seems like once Ludo regains some of his armor, he instantly thinks he can just rush and win with that. Ludo is currently losing on points due to the execution behavior. And Ludo almost lost there. Ludo regained some of his pulse lasers. Ludo too is having an issue with aiming. Oh, it was fixed now. But Ludo executes again. Oh, these CIVs are doing a very large amount of work. But Ludo lost by elimination, I believe. The house lasers are doing a very large amount of work. Ludo can win this if his ship does not end up doing executive behavior. Ludo is currently leading on points. And he executes. Ludo is, however, still leading on points. And Ludo is now rapidly losing points. But one of Non-Farduce's brawlers are almost defeated. And one of the brawlers are down. Ludo is now executing again. It seems like Non-Farduce has inadequate armoring at the back, since enemies are quite easily able to break it from the back. So the second round went to Ludo. Non-Farduce is once again losing a large amount of points. One of his ships being torn apart. But this time Ludo is not executing. Almost as if the AI learned something. Well, it is not aiming either, so that is a negative. Never mind. And it is now executing. And one obsidian is down. And Ludo lost By destruction. Now we have non-produce versus Splinter. Splinter returns after the last tournament with the laser printer and printer paper. So the printer paper is, well, a square with a factory, bunch of point defense, a large amount of thrust, CIVs, generators, capacitors, a shield. Mostly a large block of armor to absorb a lot of damage. While the main ship is this diamond, with large shields, quite a few of them, medium shields, but the main point is its laser array and maneuverability. It's also covered in point defense. She'll be a quite strong competitor. So we can instantly see the laser printer is actually good at aiming, in contradiction to the other competitors we saw. Unless it decides to do that. No, it did regain its aim. It appears that Splinter must have put some work into the AI, since this one actually can aim. Maybe not perfectly, but currently Splinter has lost a large amount of points, most due to 10 of his papers already being destroyed. Paper cannot really stand against obsidian, so however, the main ship is unarmed, so seems like the distractors are distracting. Splinter is not really aiming well, once again. Splinter has regained his aim, but this is too late. The first round goes to non-produce on points. Splinter's printer is not aiming correctly, while also keeping a too long range. Only the cruise missiles are actually reaching this time. Splinter has lost a large amount of points, while non-Fardeus not so much. Only 2 papers remain, and Splinter is now soon down to below half of his points left. Now only the printer remains, except for the fact Splinter must have a factory. Oh yeah, the papers do of course have factories, so those are just additional ships. And Splinter once again lost on points due to AI stupidity. Now we have non-produce versus skill. Project Colossus is a monoship made up of 1x1 blocks. Not that easy to see here, but all of the blocks are single blocks, at least the armor, and the rest are of course functional. So we can see cannons. All of these are kinetic cannons, I believe. A very large amount of rapid artillery. Here we have a high explosive shotgun maybe, a fair bit of gyroscopes, a heavy drone launcher, a core made up of generators, and some medium drones, as well as a fair bit of bombardment missiles. There may be more, but we'll see that over time. The rapid artillery should be able to get through non-Fardeus's armor. The high explosive shotgun is not very useful in this case due to Obsidian having very large blocks. You can see one of the obsidians are very soon destroyed. The core is breached. But Colossus is out of range. We can see the splash from the magma cannons are currently punishing the use of 1x1 blocks. One obsidian is down. You can see some of the medium drones trying to do something. Sadly, those two are splash. It's not very useful here. Colossus has rebuilt its front. And the core is breached. The core is currently being damaged by bombardment missiles and some drones. And the first round goes to skill. Skill is currently coming far too close to the obsidians to be comfortable. The core section is taking considerable damage and it is pierced. Now all that is left is to detonate those generators and it will be the end. The second round goes to non-produce. Skill is taking some damage, with one of the obsidian brawlers taking heavy damage. Skill is currently leading on points. He was for a second there. Currently Skill is actually losing on points. And he lost. I didn't notice that, but he was being cored. Now we have the Obsidian Brawl this early. So we have non-produce versus MGV. So we can already see a size difference. So if we first look at the support ship, we can see, well, mostly thrusters, then these odd shapes. Their purpose is supposedly to prevent the crystals from getting stuck in the ship. And well, we have crystal launchers, quite large ones. No, never mind, this is actually the minimum scale. Two large shields, a lot of small cores, and some compressed mineral cannons. Pressurized, never mind. And then we have the main ships. They have very pretty arcs. All of these are made of pure dense obsidian. The whole frame is actually made of dense obsidian, so this might seem like, oh, are defending the core with just one block and a little bit of thin arc, but no, this is actually extremely durable. A lot of thrusters, like in the previous submission, some magma cannons, a lot of healing lasers this time around, some magma launchers, a lot of R generation, and you may have seen that tiny weakened mineral cannons are sprinkled all over the ship as point defense and a counter to crystals, which no one else in this tournament actually brought this time around. And the other one is just a mirror of that. So this will be a quite slow approach. Luckily, these fleets do not cause much in terms of time dilation. Here we can see a failed spawn, breaking things. Both ships are currently taking heavy damage, with MGV taking the most. We can see the dense obsidian shrugging off a lot of fire. MGV is now leading on points. The ring of dense obsidian has been breached on one of the ships, but the very large block of dense obsidian is still holding up. And MGV loses the MGV decisively wins the first round on points, I believe. The magma cannons are doing a fair bit of damage. Unforduce has brought them too, but the dense obsidian is able to take a lot of damage. The magma cannon hardpoint is destroying, and one of the brawlers are down from non-produce. The support ships appear to not be launching crystals, likely due to the fact they have a relatively low sensor range, due to the fact child ships do not get the same stats as tournament ships, at least in terms of the command. The second brawler is now nearly destroyed, and it's gone. MGV wins on destruction. Now we have Exterp 7 versus Joyous 18. We have seen both of these submissions except for Exterp. So, his submission is of the previous Cavaliers from last tournament, now refitted with burst fire guns instead of what he had previously, which I believe were miniguns. And he has the new Terraformer. A lot of large railguns, and most importantly, a large compressor storage. It contains over 200,000 energy, which is a very nice boost, at least on the start of the game. We'll have to see how it deals with all of those nukes, but good luck. So we can see Exterp is barely dodging nukes. One nuke hit. When the nukes actually hit, they instantly get rid of a ship. The fight is now becoming quite spread out. We can see terraformers evaporating from nuke hits. Maybe melting is a more correct word. We can see the large swarm of nukes actually absorb all of that radiant fire. Joyous is leading on points by quite a large margin. None of his larger ships, except for these two, have been considerably harmed. Exterp seems to not have put a lot into splash damage defense in the form of any ablative armor or multiple armor layers, so you can see that at least the nukes are quite bad news for him. He only has 8 ships left. You can see the bombardment missiles taking down one ship. And here we have nukes chasing a terraformer. Exterp ships are of course far too quick. If they want to dodge, they can dodge the nukes quite easily. But sadly the AI isn't perfect. Exterp is now into 4-digit numbers. Only 2 ships left. A heavy drone is being quite brutal with one of them. And first round went to Joyous. Seems like the heavy drones actually did something. I didn't look a lot of those. Joyous has far too thick armor for Exterp to do a lot against most of the shield. You can see a heavy drone losing its shield. Where is the other one? Exterp has already lost very considerable forces, a lot of which has been lost to nukes. We could see the nukes remove another terraformer. The big fish has once again launched a large barrage of tactical nukes. This is actually the first use of tactical nukes, I believe. And the win goes to Joyous. I do not think I have reviewed Cookie Creeper either. So, here we have the main ship. Generators, lots of rapid artillery and heavy alloy. Creeper shape, of course. A lot of shielding, so this is quite splash resistant, and actually a quite respectable amount of thrust. While on the small ship, no shields, one tiny PD. I believe these are explosive or kinetic cannons, and a very large amount of thrust, forwards at least. So these are somewhat similar fleets. See how they do. We can see that the Reapers are being ripped apart by all of the railguns. Sadly, this is only temporary due to the use of the compressor storage. Cookie Creeper now has heavy casualties. His back section appears to not be armored enough. Since Exterp has a large fleet, he simply bypasses the front and just attacks from the side, ignoring all of the armor at the front. The energy is already depleted in many of the compressor storages. The rapid artillery is a very ineffective strategy against a fast fleet like this. The last few creepers are doing their best to survive, but Xturp is leading far too much on points. And the first round goes to Xturp. Once again we can see Xturp's fleet is unleashing a lot of damage in a short period of time. But again, sadly this is not infinite, and the power does run out. But the initial burst does give him a victory. Cookie Creeper is already to around half of his original points, having suffered quite devastating losses. Ah yes, here you can see the broken reassembly physics. Bullets phase through allied wrecks, which means that in a competitive tournament environment, this gives a very unfair advantage to the allies of the wreck, since they can fire through while enemies can't. So you can potentially make strategies where a large ship sheds its outer layer and uses it as defense. The enemy AI can't fire through, while it can. So we can see Xturp has slowed down on the damage due to not having sufficient energy, and he has barely lost above 20% of his points. I was about to say 20,000 points, but it's pretty much the same, the 100,000 P tournament. The shields can somewhat hold up at this point, but not well enough. And the win goes to Xturp, once again on points. Now we have Debris versus Xturp, and yes, I suggest Xturp dodges those. I did earlier point out his lack of defense against explosives, and here you can see that. Well, not that anything can block torpedoes if Obsidian can't. Debris' fleet is causing severe slowdowns, probably due to the massive amount of projectiles and blocks. But yes, the game is currently experiencing a severe slowdown. Debris is definitely leading with his explosive weaponry. The torpedo spam does cause very severe damage. Anything it hits, of course. We can see a terraformer tried to do a lot, and it did. But sadly, that is just a scratch in the Breeze armor. Debris has now lost the majority of his support ships. You can see the torpedoes just... Yeah, unarmored factions, no, unshielded factions with not very large armor, just like this, are a bad thing to use against these torpedoes. Exarb has lost the vast majority of his fleet, with only 2 terraformers and 1 cavalier left. The cavalier is gone, I thought. One of the terraformers are technically alive, but I doubt it will survive for very long. The torpedo array is now trying to aim at the last terraformer, but it ran out of time. The first round went to Debris. Debris has been doing very well with his torpedo array. This one terraformer is being unlucky. Oh, the main array is being targeted. This time Exterp is holding up quite a bit better than last time. These terraformers are currently burning energy, unleashing all of their might at the array. Might that just might be destroyed by torpedoes right now. It seems like that might have happened. This kind of arena border does really make unguided explosives quite a bit more dangerous than usual, since entering this place, like that terraformer just did, is not considered extremely intelligent. You can see another terraformer just entering the waves of doom. We can see that some of these ships do not really think through whether they should do what they are doing. Oh, only the main ship from debris survived this time. It is alone this time. Extorp may have a chance. Even though you will not expect it, it seems like the torpedo array is actually somewhat effective at dealing with the swarm. Only 7,000 points left for Extorp. Only one ship left from Exterp. We'll see if the timer runs out, or if debris does something about that. And the wind goes to debris on destruction. Now we have Exterp versus Owlfeathers. Supposedly, Owlfeather's biggest fear was fleets like Exterp's with a lot of distractors. So, she'll be quite effective against those, since he specifically built against them. We can see the Gatling guns are very deadly with their splash against Exterp's fleet. The pulse lasers are not very much used in this case. The terraformers are being stupid and executed on a ship 20 times their size, even though they could kite with their railguns. We can see that Owlfeather's armor is being very little affected by these railgun shots. I believe each piece of armor is 5400 HP of the heavy alloy. So yeah, this will be hard to break. But Exterp's fleet has grown. Owlfeathers is still winning on points quite a bit. Probably due to its sheer amount of heavy alloy being quite unbreakable for Exterp. Exterp's terraformers are now empty of energy, so they are no longer nearly as powerful as they were. And the first round goes to Owlfeathers. Owlfeathers is once again leading on points. Oh, the pulse laser did something this time. There we could see what happens when a compressor storage explodes. The explosion effect is thrown all over the arena due to its high explosion damage. I think we just saw the pulse laser array take out a tiny distractor. Seems overkill. Exterp's fleet continues to execute on the massive Dreadnought, leading to greater casualties. Feathers is still leading on points, and the terraformers to no longer have energy, so he will likely win. And the win goes to Feathers. Now we have Ludo versus Exterp. Since Ludo only has cruise missiles and CIVs in addition to pulse laser array, I am not sure how he will deal with this. He does not have a lot of armor either, and the terraformers are currently fully charged with energy, so we can see that this is not going well at all. And the first round goes to Exterp. Ludo is definitely not made against fleet. And the win goes to Exterp, all on elimination. Then we have Exterp versus Splinter. Splinter's large use of CIVs may work against Exterp's swarm. Splinter is currently leading on points by quite a bit. Yes, it does appear the CIVs is quite good against small ships too. The laser printer has remained unscathed. Exterp now has only 3 ships left. 1 ship left. It appears that paper is the problem. Oh, there we saw a minor core ejection and it exploded by touching some wreckage from an ally. So we can see that the initial burst is quite deadly for the paper, but after that, especially once the terraformers lose their power due to the railguns being extremely energy inefficient, not so much. Two minutes remain and half of Exterp is roughly removed. We can see the printer is quite aggressive with its large laser array, lots of missiles and the deadly CIVs. It's also very agile, able to turn around in just a moment. That core was just cut apart by pulse lasers. Exterp somehow held on, but Splinter won. Now we have Exterp versus skill. We'll see how Exterp deals with this Dreadnought. We can once again see that the choice of using 1x1 blocks has led to a very fragile structure. The armor is unable to hold up very well. There we could see a large part being detached. Now I think Excerpt will want to finish this off before his power runs out. mainly the core section remains at this point. Exterp is very much leading on points, but he has run out of power, which is slowing down his progress. And the first round goes to Exterp on elimination. So we can see the initial bursts are once again deadly. The core section is this time taking more focused damage from the start, so this may be a swift victory. And it appears to be. Oh, power has run out. But the win goes to Exterp on elimination. Now we have Exterp versus MGV, and I'm not sure what to expect. Exterp is currently leading on points, interestingly. He was, at least, no longer. We can see the dense obsidian ring has been damaged. But Exterp has run out of power, so that is pretty much all he managed to do. And MGV is still leading on points, and that is a bad sign, since the initial 1 minute is Exterp's time to shine. Now we can see a small piece fell off of one of the ships, and the main ship is now healing that piece. However, Extarp was unable to do the damage he needed to do, and he lost on points. MGV is currently leading on points. MGV is winning by just 5,000 points. Extarp has now run out of power, which means his damage output is severely reduced. We can see that MGV has lost quite a bit of thrusters, but other than that, not very much. The important pieces of armor are still intact, and no important functionals have really been lost. The thrusters are probably mostly just a way to get past the rules. We could just now see the ship be jerked around due to the fact a new ship is trying to be built, but it is not being ejected due to weird reassembly bugs. But the match ends anyways, and it is a decisive win for MGV. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Joyous. Cookie Creeper's shields should do quite well against the nukes. But the problem is that Joyous does have a lot of other damage in addition. Cookie Creeper is having issues getting through all of this armor, which is quite mobile and able to dodge. Joyous is losing points rapidly though. The heavy drones are roaming and doing damage in various places. Here we can see one doing a fair bit of work. Well, it is staying too far away to use anything but its railguns and main gun. However, Cookie Creeper only has 2 ships left. This is too heavy damage for the shields to stand against it, and once the shields fail, the nukes easily do the rest. As demonstrated right there. The child ship detonated and removed a bit of the catfish. The heavy drones are rushing in. Cookie Creeper is now below half points. A core has been ejected. Only 3 ships remain for Cookie Creeper. A nuke hit and dealt with one of them. Second one was also dealt with a nuke. Again, once the shields fail, the nukes are one shot. And enough nukes took down that shield. And the win went to Ensure. Now we have Joyous versus Debris. We'll see if torpedoes or nukes win. Nukes may be a weakness for Debris, as we can see there. That is a considerable problem. However, Debris does have a lot of distractors, which may distract the main nuke waves. For as long as that happens, Debris is relatively safe. Oh, the big fish is targeting Debris' main ship. So now all of the nukes may hit the right target. And I believe the big fish switched target. This ship does have nukes too though, which are sadly being wasted. Currently Debris is still leading on points. But he has lost the most vectors, and maybe points are not a good metric here, since once the nukes actually start to target the main ship, that will be a problem. You can see a few nukes being launched here. The time dilation is currently very high, if each in-game second taking several in real life seconds. A heavy drone is here facing off alone against Bree's main ship. I am not sure it will be able to win alone. Debris has currently lost its point lead. Maybe a few more nukes have hit. The heavy drone is now being defeated. One of them at least. And debris has lost most of his distractors. The nukes may actually start going for the main ship now. Yes, the tactical nukes are now hitting the main ship and it leads to devastating results. The main ship from debris is down. And the time dilation stopped, so the first round goes to Joyous. The first wave of torpedoes is going to strike the main ship. But it went relatively well. Oh, the nukes are this time around going straight for the main ship. And the main ship is gone. Debris should probably have brought at least one shield to deal with that. But I guess it wasn't a consideration. Well, the rest should be easy for Joyous. Debris only has a few ships remaining, while Joyous has lost less than 10,000 points. And the win goes to Joyous. Now we have Joyous versus Alfeathers. Alfeather's main capital does have shields, so we should probably do better against the nukes. And he too does actually have tactical nukes. He just took out a tactical nuke ship. We can see a large wave of nukes going after a very tiny distractor, successfully detonating. The Dreadnought now appears to take its range due to engaging Joyce's main ship. It was, at least, temporarily. The heavy drones have caught its attention. Alfeathers is currently leading on points, but that may be deceiving due to the fact his Dreadnought has 85,000 of his points. No, 80. Exactly 80 actually. The Dreadnought is now taking heavy fire by tactical nukes and other weaponry. We can see the pulse lasers are cutting quite well through the big fish. Hopefully for owl feathers they will be able to do something about it. Owl feathers is now starting to be in a quite bad shape. He has to deal with the big fish or else things won't go so well. And the first round goes to Joyous. Owl feathers is once again leading on points, at least for now. Oh, a large bunch of tactical nukes just destroyed Owl feathers' truss. Heavy drones are surrounding Owl feathers, causing severe problems for him. The big fish is now engaging Owl feathers. The main shield on Owl feathers' Dreadnought is soon to fail. And that's the end of that Dreadnought. And Joyous wins on points. If only Distractor is left for Owl Feathers. Now I have Joyous versus Ludo. Since Ludo, yeah, that is roughly as expected. Ludo is not made against fleet, and he uses the long 1x4 armor blocks due to them being cheaper, but that does not exactly lead to better splash resistance, so the nukes cut through quite easily. So that was the first round. Now we'll see a second round. I doubt Ludo can do anything with these nukes. The main wave of nukes is coming now. And that's it. Now we have Joyous versus Splinter. I am not actually sure how Splinter will do against this fleet. These shields should be able to deal with the nukes. But the paper is not really able to repel nukes. Currently, Splinter is losing points quicker than Joyous. The shields block the tactical nukes quite easily. Splinter has taken considerable damage. The waves of nukes deal with the paper quite easily. Splinter is losing on points and only has one ship remaining. The fish mother has been destroyed, so no more heavy drones. And now it is almost a 1v1. And the first round goes to Joyce. The paper is attacking the fish quite effectively. And this time around, Splinter and the big fish are instantly having a large face-off. However, Splinter disengages to follow a useless small fish. A very bad choice. He almost destroyed the big fish, he still can, but he gave it more time to live. Yes, it is now focusing a heavy drone. The shield has failed on the big fish, and Splinter may have a win here. Oh, barely. A gyroscope. Gyroscopes are very durable, by the way, but they explode with even greater force. The gyroscope barely saved the core, and Splinter is now letting that ship rebuild. His shields can't keep up, and if a bunch of nukes hit that back now, it will probably go away. Yeah. Now he can still possibly win if he takes out the main ship, but he's not focusing well enough. He might now though. And it was stupid again. And finally the big fish is gone. But Splinter is now being swarmed by the whole remaining fleet, half of which is just heavy drones. And it is looking quite bad. And the win goes to Joyous on destruction. He almost had it, but didn't work out. Now we have Joyous versus Skill. These are very large amounts of... Never mind, those were not tactical nukes. Except those. And that is a lot of shields in one spot, all of which will drain power now. As we can see, the 1x1 blocks, tiny blocks to save costs, doesn't really work against tactical. Tactical nukes were destroyed by all of the rapid artillery fire, and the high explosive shotgun actually did something. The core section is taking damage, but the shields are somehow holding up. But all of the nukes finally took out the core. Interestingly, the generators were the only things remaining. Due to how durable the generators of this faction are. Currently, Skill is losing on points, but he is rapidly taking out fish, the high fish. Somehow these shields have held up, which is good news for Skill since they have had time to regenerate. Which the reason for that may be the fact Big Fish is trying to run away. So the win went to Joyous, and now we have Joyous versus MGV. I'm interested to see how the nukes can deal with these. Hopefully for Joyous they can do something. Well, they did at least take out some thrusters. This heavy drone is being harassed by crystals. The two large ships are currently healing each other, which seems to help a fair bit. This small piece of trash is exactly in the way of the healing lasers, so they are now healing the trash instead of each other. We can see that the arcs of dense obsidian are doing their purpose. I did talk about this with MGV, who made these ships, and these arcs are actually specifically made to counter tactical nukes. And we can see it is working perfectly. Currently MGV is leading a lot on points, and there are only seconds left. Oh, this time the big fish actually tries to engage. The AI of the big fish seems to be unpredictable. So the magma launchers are doing damage to the big fish, but it is not enough to do very deadly damage. We can see the healing is quite effective. Once again, a heavy drone is trying to escape doom. Oh yeah, and this fish mother is not very smart. It is always rushing, and because of that you lose your supply of heavy drones. Just like that. Currently the points are quite equal, possibly because the big fish is this time close. So, a lot of trust has been lost. Not really that much, since its thrusters are durable too. But the point values are remarkably similar. Anyone could win at this point. Which is of course always fun. MGV did lose a core, but luckily for him it's not a very important one. The only core he mainly cares about is the big octagonal core in the middle of the impenetrable ring. When those die, the whole ship is dead. But losing all of those thrusters and bits is of course a point loss. And the win goes to Joyous. Seems like having the big fish actually behave like it should is very useful. It does have some bombardment missiles, cruise missiles. I do not think the cannons got to help a lot. Maybe it was just luck. Once again, one of the support cores have been destroyed. I think the nukes hitting the magma cannon hardpoints is incredibly useful since it considerably slows down how fast these high fish lose. This one obsidian ship is looking very bad. The thrusters were destroyed, exposing valuable components, but the timer is running out and the win goes to Joyous. He did very well to defeat MGV. Now we have Debris versus Cookie Creeper. Pretty much DPS versus DPS. Apparently Cookie Creeper is losing points. Debris is doing well. The torpedoes are obviously deadly. You can see the shields do not actually give the torpedoes very much resistance. So Cookie Creeper is having a hard time. You would expect shields to be able to block flash like torpedoes, but torpedoes in this game are almost more DPS per P than guns, so really bad. The main ship has sustained effectively no damage, while all of the distractors cause Cookie Creeper's ships to not land any effective hit. The swarm of missiles encompassing debris is causing slowdowns, as you can see, which is why the time is going so slowly. Creeper only has a few reminders, including a tiny ship which somehow survived until now, but likely a loss for Good Creeper. He has however done quite well already this tournament. He has already beaten some people, even with how new he is to them, so that is very good. But yeah, Debris has only lost below 10,000 points, and this wave of torpedoes is not going to be good. With less than 10 seconds remaining, we can see there is a large point difference between the fleets. Debris has simply been far too deadly, even if his aim is off sometimes. And the first round goes to Debris. We can see that Cookie Creeper has now lost roughly half of his points, while Debris once again has lost just 8,000. Cookie Creeper is simply not made to fight a submission like this, mainly due to the distractors being a very big problem for the rapid artillery. And well, he does not have measures in place to deal with all of those bombardment missiles and torpedoes. Not that there are any possible measures, but Maneuverability would have helped. It seems like, well, debris will win. Torpedo array is extremely powerful. I may have to see about balancing the torpedoes. Maybe it is fine. And now we have Cookie Creeper versus Owl Feathers. Cookie Creeper does not have any very large ships for Owl Feathers Dreadnought to attack with its pulse laser, so this mostly work for Owl Feathers Gatling guns. Cookie Creeper has lost 34,000 points, and Owl Feathers has lost roughly 3,000. It does not seem well for Cookie Creeper. You can see the Dreadnought engage yet another Creeper. The pulse lasers are deadly as always. Owl Feathers does also have a lot of shotguns, which we can actually notice now. Wait, no, those aren't shotguns, those were the railguns. Well, that was the end of the first round with all feathers as winner. Cookie Creeper is now down to roughly half of his points. Below now. The Rapid Artilleries are a very good choice against Obsidian or other large submissions. Except for the fact this submission has a lot of distractors and the main capital itself is quite agile. Cookie Creeper only has 2 ships remaining. The last ship is now remaining. And that was it. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Ludo. Ludo is currently being attacked from all direction. But it may be that Ludo has too much damage and too much speed to lose to Rapid Artillery. Ludo is currently leading on points. Cookie Creeper's cores appear to be quite easy to snipe, especially from the sides and back. Cookie Creeper only has 2 ships remaining. And Ludo's armor is just about to fail, so that was quite well timed. And the first round goes to Ludo on elimination. The small creepers appear to have a problem where they face the enemy with their core rather than their armored front. Only a few ships are remaining, and Ludo is going strong. Only 3 ships remaining, and Ludo has roughly half of his points left. And the win goes to Ludo on an elimination. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Splinter. Cookie Creeper may have a chance here due to how slow the paper is. Currently, Cookie Creeper is losing on points. Here we have a spinner. Only the last ships now remain. And the first round goes to Splinter on elimination. Currently, Cookie Creeper is actually leading on points. He has taken out most of the paper. Splinter is now mostly alone. Splinter is now taking heavy damage. His shields are failing. Splinter is now disintegrating. Some of the creepers are now doing executive behavior. Splinter is now being cored. And the win goes to Cookie Creeper in the second round. Now, if Cookie Creeper manages to take out most of the paper again, without losing many ships, he can win. It seems like Cookie Creeper is losing on points, and a lot of the paper is still alive. So this might not look too well. However, the points are not that different. And at least some of the creepers are now targeting the main ship. Splinter only has one ship remaining, at least from the initial ships. But Splinter wins on time. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus Skill. The creepers appear to be focusing the heavy drone, which is now destroyed. Colossus is now taking heavy damage to the core region. And the core region is now broken. Cookie Creeper wins the first round. The core region is taking heavy damage. And it is now broken once again. Cookie Creeper wins. Now we have Cookie Creeper versus MGV. Cookie Creeper does have a chance of breaking through. Potentially, but probably not from direct front. The magma launcher is damaging a fair bit. MGV is currently losing some points. One arc has been destroyed on both of the ships. Currently MGV is rapidly losing points while Cookie Creeper isn't. The creepers have managed to break through this arc, but the obsidian still has that big block of dense obsidian, which is far more durable than the arc. Cookie Creeper is now losing points faster than MGV, and MGV is in the lead. And MGV wins round 1. MGV has currently not sustained any heavy damage. But these creepers have gotten from the back, which is to some degree a weak spot. Oh, one of the ships from MGV are taking damage to the core section. Yeah, there is a part which doesn't have a ring around it, around the core. very little of this one ship remains, and Cookie Creeper is actually leading on points by a very large margin, which means Cookie Creeper will win against MGV. Now Cookie Creeper just has to kite again and he will do well. We can see that the creepers are kiting very well and slowly draining MGV's points at a distance. If Cookie Creeper makes no mistakes here, he can just do this until he wins. Cookie Creeper is currently leading on points. MGV is not producing any more support ships due to the fact he is being so damaged. Rings have not really been breached. Oh, a hair wandering has been breached. Cookie Creeper managed to somewhat reliably kite until he won on points. Now we have Debris versus Owl Feathers. I wonder how Owl Feathers Capital may deal with the ton of torpedoes. can see the battlefield is already covered in torpedoes. They are bouncing around. Currently, debris is leading on points. Owl Feathers may soon start to actually target debris' main platform, which he is doing now. However, Owl Feathers once again has a problem with aiming. The nukes are having a powerful effect on debris' ship. And Owl Feathers is finally hitting debris properly. Debris is taking very heavy damage and there are still nukes incoming. He will lose his core now. And this round likely goes to Owl Feathers. Owl Feathers is now soon done cleaning up all of debris' distractors, but the time is running out, so Owl Feathers gets a win on points. Owl Feathers wins round 1. Oh, this time the initial torpedo barrage will hit Owl Feather's capital a bit. And Owl Feathers has almost destroyed debris in the first few seconds of the round. Oh, that was even closer. Debris is heavily harmed just in the first few seconds of the match. And it has provided Owl Feathers with a large point lead. Those lasers are deadly. Debris has now mostly recovered. He still lacks a lot of thrusters, but he has not yet remotely regained the point lead Owl Feathers gained. And Owl Feathers capital has taken very little damage. Owl Feathers and Debris' main ship may soon engage again. Owl Feathers currently has many more distractors than Debris, but each of those distractors may be a bit less significant. So a torpedo volley is going straight for Owl Feathers capital, causing considerable damage, but the heavy alloy does withstand it. Now Alfeathers has lost the majority of his distractors. Hopefully he will start targeting debris bombardment vessel before it targets him. Some torpedoes are heading for Alfeather's Dreadnought again. Alfeather's Dreadnought is being distracted, which will be a large problem as debris now targets Alfeather's capital. Never mind, debris too is targeting a tiny, insignificant distractor. Alfeathers has still kept his point lead, which means he will actually win this round, just due to those first 15 seconds of the match. And it was a decisive victory to Alfeathers. Last second. Now we have Ludo versus Debris, and those torpedoes are causing problems for Ludo. That went quite bad. Those shields are not made to block torpedoes. Well, and that was it of the first round. Once again, Debris has so many launchables and small components that it causes severe slowdowns. We can see Ludo is once again losing large parts of his ship. This is what happens when the AI isn't working right. The shields are failing. And it is pretty much gone. And Debris wins. Now we have Splinter versus Debris. The initial torpedo volley was barely blocked by a shield, but Splinter is being distracted by a distractor, and now Debris is likely targeting Splinter's main ship. Splinter is now in danger. However, debris ended up targeting paper instead. Currently, Splinter is slightly losing on points. This could quickly turn around if the printer turns around and deals with that. Debris is leading by roughly 5,000 points. Future tournaments, I think next tournament will actually just have a ship limit of 25 or less. Since distractors are quite problematic, they do not allow people to make kind of ships they would like to make. Since if they do that, it just ends up being distracted. So we can now see Splinter face off with Debris. And the bombardment missiles are blocking a fair bit of the laser, while the point defense is blocking the bombardment missiles, interestingly. So basically both of them counter each other. These amounts of point defense actually seem to be enough to... But Splinter is not aiming right. He is currently leading on points though. But yeah, he's not aiming right, so... He may lose if the point defense start to fail. But the one shield defending the point defense isn't taking a lot of damage, so this could go just fine for him. Now a respectable amount of bombardment missiles have been gathered around Splinter, and Splinter is not yet aiming right. What are the distractors doing? On the distractor side, I believe the papers are quite immune to these missiles. I mean, their main weaponry is anti-missile and anti-drone. So I imagine Splinter will at least not lose in the distractor fight. So this is a surprising long-lasting fight. We can actually see that a massive amount of the torpedoes are just being thrown away like confetti. It's basically confetti for the whole arena. Kind of deadly confetti. This is maybe even more deadly than a magma launcher, but seems like spam of the tiny point defense is very effective. Splinter is doing surprisingly well. The bombardment missiles are quite heavy and difficult to toss around, but I guess it's possible with enough PD. So this was just one round. The first round goes to Splinter. Win on points due to a very impressive defense against the torpedo barrage. We can definitely see that Splinter is against torpedoes and other launchables. He really doesn't want to be hit by them. So he has quite stalwart defenses against them. The papers are holding up very well, due to them too having respectable point defense, in addition to the very giant one, which destroys even bombardment missiles. The comical part of Distractors is that here we have the two most powerful ships from each fleet, and they ignore each other just because small flies are flying around and annoying them. Now Splinter is actually engaging Debris' main ship, if unintentionally. But now it's ignoring again. Currently Splinter is losing on points. There is still over half the time left. Splinter's printer is fully able to block torpedoes at maximum speed, so he's quite immune to them. Splinter is now engaging Debris' main ship. Oh, this is definitely a problem. If he's this close, a lot of the point defense... Splinter ended up ramming Debris, and this led to his point defense array being completely broken. So at this point, even though the point defense is trying, it is unable to do. Oh, Splinter disengaged at the last moment, but he has now lost far too many points. And that's that. Only a few papers remaining, and Debris seems to have won. Sadly for Splinter, his AI wasn't perfect, and it led to losses. Here we can clearly see the difference in distractor power. The paper clearly beats the bomb launcher. Unless you have like 500 of them, then the bombs win. Now the third round. The rounds have been quite close to each other, so any one of these could win. But losing the point defense array from the get-go is not going to help. However, Splinter somehow survived that. And Debris is distracted. Perfect for Splinter, who can now just melt Debris. By the way, the bombardment missiles are so durable, you may have noticed that they do actually block the pulse lasers considerably. And debris is cut in half. Debris has now lost a considerable part of his firepower, which makes it unlikely that he will break through Splinter's stalwart defenses. And how did that happen? I do not think Splinter has nukes. Maybe I wasn't looking well enough? Anyways, the win definitely goes to Splinter at this point in time. Sadly for Debris, the torpedo spam was beaten. But I must say, both of them put up a very good fight. Splinter, against all odds, managed to block the impenetrable wall of bombardment missiles and torpedoes, while Debris managed to trick Splinter so many times into not killing him. But the win goes to Splinter. Now we have Debris versus Skill. I only see two scenarios here. Either Skill blocks everything with his artillery fire, or Debris just takes a clean cut through the tiny blocks. It seems like it is the clean cut scenario. This is exactly what I was talking about. Tiny blocks are not a good idea in a tournament which has such high yield explosives. You could argue the shields should have been able to block this though. The core is now gone and the first round goes to Debris. We can see Skill taking heavy damage again. And the win goes to Debris. I will have suggested to at least use one of the largest shield on your 100,000 P ship. It will have blocked at least some of the torpedoes. Now, here is the big question. Can Debris break MGV with his unbreakable arc. In a normal tournament, a thin and flimsy piece of armor like that will not have been much, but this is dense obsidian, which is completely different. However, we can see the dense obsidian is starting to break. Now the inner arc is taking heavy damage, however the other ship is just fine. And of some reason the magma cannons fire at the distractors over here. I guess they are technically closer to the core than the massive array currently killing the ship. The arc is now definitely broken. But the big piece of dense obsidian inside, that one may be harder to break through. However, debris seems likely to win on points. The ship, MGV's ship, is losing large segments due to connection struts being completely destroyed. The core has been destroyed by splash, even though the large piece of dense obsidian is still in place. The core has been destroyed by splash. With this, MGV's loss is close to guaranteed. However, there is at least one support core still left. The one placed in the thruster. And now debris will go on to the last ship. MGV has now already lost considerable amounts of points. But the ring is currently still holding up. But due to the fact he is being attacked from the back, if the ring breaks this time, it will be a much faster victory. And debris wins on elimination, I think. Now we'll have to see if this repeats itself. If MGV actually targets debris ship first, the big one, then he can win, at least on points. One arc is already destroyed. Debris is currently leading on points. It appears that Obsidian has now been sufficiently weakened to no longer be the go-to faction if you want to win. At least if the enemy has a very large torpedo array. Luckily for MGV, his ship chose to turn a bit around and it is now using its thrusters as a meat shield. Debris has lost his aim. However, Debris is still leading considerably on points. I doubt MGV can do anything about that. MGV's main core finally got destroyed after a very long bombardment. MGV has below half of his points left. And the wind goes to debris. Now we have Owl Feathers versus Ludo. So a party of pulse lasers. You can see Owl Feathers' green pulse lasers are cutting through Ludo, while Ludo is being distracted by the distractors. Ludo has already sustained very heavy damage. And Ludo has dealt with all of these distractors that actually try to get close. But the secondary weaponry on Owl Feathers was sufficient to take him out. And Ludo was just cut off. Now we have Owl Feathers versus Splinter. Once against pulse lasers, but maybe may go better this time. But Owl Feathers has the advantage of having twice as many pulse lasers. Owl Feathers is very rapidly cutting through Splinter, and Splinter has sustained potentially fatal injuries. And Splinter turns away, exposing its already exposed core. Splinter is taking even more damage, and Splinter's main ship is gone. Now only the distractors remain, but Splinter has about half of his price in distractors. But I doubt they can leech out enough points out of Owl Feathers Dreadnought. And the first round went to Owl Feathers. Splinter's disadvantage of having only half of the pulse lasers was a big problem. But Alphaders does also have a far larger amount of armor. We now once again see a face-off. But in addition to Alphader's pulse lasers, he also has tactical nukes. Something I do not believe Splinter has. So Splinter is simply very outgunned, and those nukes finished him off. Alphaders is leading very much on points. And the victory goes to Alphaders. Currently Joyous is leading in first place with Debris in second. Now we have skill versus Alphaders. Alphaders is however not aiming correctly. Tactical nukes are trying to make an impact, but the shields blocked it. Oh, Alphader's ship is being distracted by the heavy drone. I doubt the heavy drone can win here. Gil is still doing quite well. But now Owl Feathers is starting to hit him with his pulse lasers. However, Owl Feathers chose to retreat, using only missiles. That seems like an odd choice. Yellow is currently still leading on points. Unless Owl Feathers does something, he will not be able to win over skill. In the second round, Owl Feathers will have to get in a bit closer instead of just kiting like this. At the moment, skill is doing well. It appears that the heavy drone is actually very useful for skill. If not for firepower, just as a distractor and companion to deal with smaller ships the rapid artillery can't deal with. Now Alphaders has finally come in close and has started to burn away at skill. Coupling the pulse laser's existing ability to pierce with the fact these are 1x1 blocks, the piercing effect just becomes far stronger. Even though unsteady aim negates a lot of that effect. Gil has now lost a very large portion of his ship, but Alphaders is still kiting at maximum range. And the second round goes to Alphaders. Gil is once again doing quite well, while Alphaders is making stupid decisions. The heavy drone is once again useful, but in this case it could be argued it's a problem for skill. The heavy drone lures in Alphaders, and when he is close like this, he can actually reach skill with his lasers, which means the main reason skill is taking damage at the moment is due to the fact he has a heavy drone. Skill is now without his heavy drone, so Owl Feathers will stay out of range. Skill is leading on points and will win the third round, which means the win goes to Skill on points. Now I have Owl Feathers versus MGV. There is potential that the laser can break through the armor on the MGV. Owl Feathers has made progress and has broken through the arc. He now just has to try to break through the far larger piece of that obsidian. And the MGV has lost a considerable piece. However, he is only hitting with half of his damage on the actual alive ship. And it decides to retreat now. Well then, Owl Feathers is still leading on points, so if it just keeps up like this, it will just go alright. Alfeathers is not aiming well with his lasers again, so it is unlikely he will do as well this round. Alfeathers is currently losing on points, so that is of course not good for him. While MGV has dealt with a lot of the distractors, except for the really tiny ones, which just keep very long range. MGV is currently leading considerably on points. The second round goes to MGV. We can see that Alfeathers has once again broken through the arc. Alfeathers has once again retreated. This means he won't be doing much more damage. And he is losing on points, so it does look bad. MGV is still leading on points, with Feathers barely not reaching. The win went to MGV. Now we have Ludo versus Splinter. Ludo has even more lasers than Feathers, so I'm not sure how Splinter can deal with him. Ludo does, however, seem to be confused by the distractors. This is of course a problem for Ludo. And that was that. Ludo, for your next submission, I suggest, I suggest either more armor or more shields or just distractors. Since you are a single target, an enemy can focus down. And of course, if you are relatively fragile and a whole fleet focusing you down, especially if one of the enemies have powerful lasers, then this will not go well. You are simply too fragile. Sorry for the bad cameramanship. Skill has lost his whole front, but Ludo lost everything. If Ludo keeps range, he can of course win, since the lasers have more range than the rapid artillery. But Ludo's submission seems to like to get in close, which is of course not preferable. But it actually kited now and defeated Skill, even though it drove straight into all of the bullets right after the match. Skill is now taking considerable damage and is unable to target Ludo. Ludo being too far away with his pulse lasers. Ludo is now rushing in, taking very heavy damage. Actually not that heavy, I am exaggerating. Skill, however, almost lost a piece of his front. Ludo is now being exceedingly reckless. and lost a big piece of his frontal armor, exposing his more squishy parts. However, his skill has actually taken more damage than Ludo. But that executive behavior is not going to go well, most likely. Ludo barely survived. And that's the end. So the win went to skill. And now we have Ludo versus MGV. Hopefully Ludo will not drive at light speed through those crystals. Since with how melee works, I'm afraid that may have extreme effects. Seems like Ludo is taking the smarter choice of just staying at range. However, the beams may be too spread out here, cause maximum damage. MGV has lost a great deal of points, so Ludo could win if he does not make very poor choices like that. What he was doing right now was effectively the worst thing you can do against magma cannons. He first tapped the magma cannon shot, making it fragment, and then he drove into it, basically absorbing as much magma cannon damage as he possibly could. It will even be better to just stand still. Ludo may still win though if he just keeps the right range. And there you saw the child ship was a glitch, moving this behemoth of a ship that far, that short of a time. MGV is currently losing points in a very odd way. His points are not decreasing continuously, they are decreasing in chunks. I have never seen this before. Oh, it returned to normal now. Anyways, Ludo is trapped and does not try to move sideways. And the win goes to MGV. Now we have Splinter versus Skill, one of the last matches. So we can see Splinter try to cut through Skill from the start. Oh, Skill is now attacking the core. This is very bad news for Skill. Did I say Skill is attacking the core? Splinter is attacking the core. And that was it. First round goes to Splinter. Splinter is initially ramming into all of those bullets, which is not a good choice. But Skill has now been distracted. The heavy drone was destroyed, so now only Skill remains. And Splinter constantly has his beam pulse lasers online. They are now going for the core. And the core is gone. The win goes to Splinter. Now we have Splinter versus MGV. All of the paper is doing its best, but at most they only cause chip damage. Currently, Splinter is losing on points. It seems like all the papers are currently a burden, since they are just dying on the obsidian. Splinter just made an odd choice of a movement, but he has lost so many points compared to MGV at this point that it is unlikely MGV will lose now. Only less than 1 minute remains. However, Splinter is getting in from a blind spot, or weak spot rather. And MGV has now less points than Splinter. So Splinter may actually win last second. And the first round goes to Splinter. A surprising development. Splinter is losing points very rapidly. Splinter is having a bad aim at the moment, which leads to him not really destroying a lot. Splinter is slowly taking down MGV's points, but it seems unlikely he will be able to do it fast enough. Now is the last round between these two. We can see the papers trying to do their best, but their weaponry is not really made to have high continuous DPS. It's more of a burst point defense and not really an efficient source of DPS. Splinter is currently losing on points. And we can see Splinter got too close, and that really burned him. Sadly, the AI makes stupid choices like this all the time. And the win ends up going to MGV. Now we have the last fight of the whole of MLT 8. Well, MLT opening 8. Skill versus MGV. Skill has so much DPS that he can potentially get through MGV's armor. If things go right, of course. MGV is now losing points at a acceptable rate. Sadly for a skill, Dense Obsidian has very high point retention. Which means that you have to do a lot of damage to get just a little bit of points. And now it happens again. MGV stopped losing points. Oh, of course. I didn't think of that. The healing is negating the damage, which is why MGV is not going down in points all the time. Skill is currently leading on points, so he has a good chance of winning. A lot of the bullets from skill are actually timing out to him staying too far away. Otherwise he could have done a lot more damage. Skill switch target, which means it will actually be a benefit. The fact there is only one healing laser on the other now, and the heavy drone is trying to deal with that, even though it will obviously not happen. MGV has lost a considerable amount of points, and skill is likely to win. The arc is finally starting to break, but I doubt skill can get through the large dense obsidian block before the match ends. And skill wins round 1. When you look at these submissions like this, you may not realize how actually massive these are. For instance, the thrusters on MGV's ship are scale 10, which means each of those pieces are as large as a square, asteroid square. Actually a bit larger, since asteroid squares are scale 9. So each of these thrusters are actually asteroid size. So they are larger than the Terran asteroid relocation thruster, in volume at least. Due to the fact there exist large parts like that, you may just not realize how big these things actually are. I'm having issues speaking. But yeah, so this is actually very massive. It may just be hard to realize since everything looks so small zoomed out, and especially if there are large pieces. Since we often associate lots of details with size, and if there are large pieces like that, reducing details, we may just think far smaller, but this would be far larger than an asteroid in campaign. Oh, the heavy drone took a crystal directly to its core at high speed. As we can see here, it was an instant finish. Currently, Skill is still leading on points. If he wins now, this will be the last match of this tournament. We can see the light show. The Ark are destroyed, and the dense obsidian block is now taking damage. Skill is relatively rapidly losing points, which may suddenly lead to a loss. Only a few seconds remaining and Skill is winning. And the win goes to Skill. Well then, I thought I hit pause, but that did apparently not pause. Anyways, I took a screenshot, and from it I know the winner was Joyous. Congratulations, Joyous. Joyous is the winner, with Debris in second place and Non-For-Use in third place. Surprising, considering MGV has in almost all of the tournaments been at first place. He is now not on the leaderboard. So I hope you'll enjoy the tournament. If you have any suggestions, complaints, or comments, well, leave them in the comments. And, well, see you next time in MLT 9. Goodbye.